So my PC randomly crashed. It was interesting. It's like showing the wrong key, no? See the tower. This is the best screenshot I have. Hey, I'm still what makes sense? I started to write and you crashed. I'm trying to implement nearby chat, so I need to trigger some kind of event when a message arrives to the server. So I need to inject this piece of code into vanilla handler. Message. No message. No, if message is not a command. There we can chat, broadcast. Okay. Yeah, I guess if there is no API, then yeah, it is a bit annoying to implement things like that. Yeah, imagine most of this is over your head risk. Risk is, oh, I'm not even dead. Wow, okay. Why didn't all the slimes despawn? Okay, works. Still need to adjust where everything is. The current layout doesn't really make much sense. Maybe your death approaching. Now the problem is that I don't want to override the whole method, but to replace some. Oh, so you just want to replace a piece of logic, yeah. Right. Well, is there any safe spot I can? Doesn't really feel all that safe. Safe enough. Right. Still missing one window. Here it is. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a challenge. Place it around here seems fine. Okay. And you need that for what's the name of that engine? Was that Unreal Engine? Yeah, the actual shulkers are here. Oh, I don't have anything. I'm thinking about the framework you actually use. You code the games in. I forgot what's the name of it. Unreal Engine, I think that's what was it. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about Unity for some reason. Yeah, there's a big difference between Unreal and Unity. Oh, you used to work with Unreal, okay. But yeah, I assume you still work in game development, so yeah, Unity is usually 2D games. Yeah, it is but it is very popular engine. That's why for some reason I thought that I just assumed that's what you were talking about. But yeah, gaming industry, well, maybe if you're a freelancer it's not too bad, but from the things I hear about game development, usually from bigger companies, yeah, it doesn't really sound like a good industry to be in. Like it's interesting to code, but the deadlines, the amount of work you actually have to do, like the expectations are really high if you're a game developer. It has been working in Kiev, Ubisoft. It's fucking hell. Yeah, that's what I heard. It's something like being a pilot. Like everyone wants to be a pilot, but so that's why the salaries are not as good and the amount of work and their attitude. Yeah, I guess that's what lets them to have that attitude, that everyone, like pretty much every student that starts learning development wants to be a game developer. So like the pool of applicants is so large that they can pretty much do whatever they want. Okay, see you later. Have a good walk. Yeah, enterprise development is completely different. Like you're pretty much treated as royalty in enterprise. Like when I was working as a Java developer, I felt so overpaid, and anything goes. Like you just don't feel like working that day, you just take a day off, and everyone, like your managers even will thank you. Like that's the sort of treatment you get as an enterprise developer. And the salaries are good. Like it's day and night compared to what I hear about game development. Oh, that's why I started to learn Node. It's simplest of all backend language. Yeah, Node is pretty good. When I was working at IBM, people started prototyping with Node already. Like, if a client wants to create some sort of a system for himself, people really like to throw up to make a simple demonstration project with Node. So it's definitely has a recognition in the enterprise. And it's not really too much of a pain to work with, since it's all JavaScript. It's like walking along shore. Maybe. Like you still have to make stuff work, but instead of running across battlefield, yeah, maybe that's accurate compared to game development. Enterprise development, yeah, it's a lot more chill, and you're treated like you're treated a lot better. Yeah, makes me really want to come back to enterprise development, because working on your own projects is a different beast. But yeah, it's just something you it's not for everyone, yeah, I guess. I should just go down. It doesn't stop. It's more than 2 blocks deep. Yeah, it is. Okay. Funny that my first job turned out to be that lucky. You mean working in game development? I guess if you're not working for a huge company, maybe you get treated differently. So but at least that's what I assume, because at that point you're not just one of hundreds of applicants that want to develop games. You're someone who has his own portfolio. Let's see. Oh, when it was part-time and well-paid? Okay. That's always nice. Yeah, I guess part-time is good for some people, but well, I imagine majority would still prefer normal full-time employment. I think it's a rare breed that after coming back after work would like to code or something else. It's mine. Yeah, I remember there is a separate, at least in the documentation, like it's, at least from what I remember when I was learning about Java, for Java certification, because it's all based on the official documentation, and if I remember correctly, it had a separate section for code injection. So there should be plenty of information how to do that. I don't remember actually which was it. Was it for normal Java? Is there any benefits of this kind of certification? Yes, in the enterprise, yes. If your company wants to compete for government contracts, then yeah, definitely. Because governments don't really have a way to verify. Well, there is no good way to verify that your employer, like your employees, are actually like will actually do a good job. And government contracts usually are quite large. Like the money involved is so big that they attach, like there are strings attached to the project. Like you have to have a certain number of developers of certain with certain qualifications, and usually those are expressed in certificates that the developer should have. And that goes for all kinds of all the development roles, not just developers, not just the programmers. The analysts have to have analyst certifications, testers have to have testing certifications, and so on. So it's in those cases, yeah, it's definitely worth, and you can expect to be asked to get a certification if you apply to enterprise development position. Never heard about it. Well, I'm telling how it works here, at least in Lithuania. I imagine in other countries it's not really that different. I've even been contacted from my previous employers just because of the number of certifications I have. They were like short. Yeah, they were kind of. Well, I guess it would have been a bit of a shady deal. They were asking me to basically put a signature that I work for them, and will be able to actually perform the work that is required, because they have some stringent requirements on the testing that was supposed to be done. And since I'm a certified QA specialist, yeah, I had certifications, and that's why they contacted me, because so few people finish that certification. Most Ukrainian companies work for Europe anyways. I assume it's the same. Yeah, I imagine. And it's hard to fault them for doing it this way, because when you're a government institution, like you won't have experienced developers on hand that could actually evaluate the capabilities of a certain company. And yeah, it's very prone to corruption, I would imagine. just paying a developer off to sign them as able to meet the requirements. Instead, you have third-party institutions that issue certificates, and they won't risk their name just for one certificate. So I guess that's why it is like that. Can't really do anything better. This is very thin, yeah. We've been thinking about learning Java, but it feels so outdated. I don't think like it's outdated in the same sense like that, like C++ is outdated. Like the language itself has been around for a long time, but it still has, like, the frameworks used and libraries used are still being developed and maintained. But I wouldn't say like it's yeah, well, I guess Java and C++ are a little bit different because C++ doesn't really have any direct competitor. Like I'm not sure. Maybe there are some languages, but I'm just not aware of them. And Java has a very strong competitor, direct competitor, which is .NET. Well, C#, this .NET framework. Oh, that's what I mean. There is Rust, yeah. Oh, Rust is something different. Oh, Rust, the language, yeah. Wait, was it for app development? I don't remember. What's the use case for Rust? I heard the name. It's the same, pretty much same as C++. Oh, why would you need a new language, like, if you have C++ already? Mozilla is written in Rust. Oh, interesting. Know that. So let's just go down here. See a better option. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about certificates. In fact, this was made for Mozilla. Oh, okay. I think that's where I heard about it. And just... well... like, I think it happened like... maybe 5 years ago, something like that. Feels like it's been a while since I heard that name. And since, yeah, if it was made just for Mozilla, then makes sense. I didn't keep... yeah, I just didn't know what it is. I'm trying to remember the new version of Java. Like it's like more stricter version of Java. That was a big thing a few years ago. Damn, I can't believe I can't, yeah, just can't recall it. Was it Kotlin? I think it might have been Kotlin, yeah. Maybe. The name is definitely familiar. But yeah, my colleagues were really into it. It's huge for Android devs. No, I don't think that it was Kotlin then. Well, maybe now it got adopted by app developers. I kind of want to Google it now. What is Kotlin? What's the definition of Kotlin? It's a language by JetBrains. Yeah, but I know it's a language, but what's the justification for creating that language? It should have like some specific use case that it's better for than other languages. At least that's how it usually goes. This is getting quite low. But yeah, I don't think it was Kotlin. There's a different language based on JavaScript. No, based on Java actually. It is compatible with Java as well. Scala, yes, that's what I was talking about. Scala used to be a big thing. It was supposed to be a new Java replacement. When I was still working with Java myself. It's pretty nice niche nowadays. All I remember that if you write in Scala, your code is supposed to be just better by design. It's written in more structured way and things like that. Just as R. Yeah, I don't know about R. At least I don't think I ever heard of it. I heard the AI guys love it. You mean Scala? I heard the AI guys like Python as well. But maybe it's just because Python is just preferred choice for all academic things. Yeah, Python is number one, yeah. All the... well, yeah, the... oh, R is programming language and free software environment for statistical computing and graphics. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I never had to deal with that field, so... wasn't even aware of R. Maybe I heard it on some... I'll probably... if I heard about it, it probably was on level 1. Because they tend to cover... well, they cover tech news. So if R made headlines at some point, they would probably have covered it. Out of space here. Running out of places to mine. Not nothing more. Learn that it exists. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's like just a highly specialized language. Yeah, do I have 3 shulkers? Yeah, they're full, okay. Kotlin is pretty nice. Yeah, I never worked with Kotlin or Scala. One of my co-workers, well, ex-co-worker, was a very big proponent of Scala. He always... he emphasized all the good parts about it. I think we even went to a conference about Scala at some point. Alright, mixins and events in Java, REST in Kotlin, okay. So the whole backend is Kotlin compatible with Java? Like Scala, or it's just a different engine? Oh, it is, okay. Should I do this? Yeah, just a JVM, yeah. So I'll just continue where I stopped. Somewhere around here. Yeah. Back to printing. Because yeah, this week I'm supposed... Well, I actually, since you're new, can show you around a little bit. For the build competition, I'm building Mordor from Lord of the Rings. Which I assume you saw. Not sure if it's a good idea to just assume, but I will for now. So I wanted to recreate Mordor and all the places they've been to. Well, in the movie Lord of the Rings, they go through a journey. So, and when they approach Mordor, that's what I wanted to recreate, at least from their point of view, how they saw Mordor. So this is where it starts. This is like a secret passage into Mordor, because this whole area is just a mountain range. So, well, there is a big valley surrounded by a mountain range, which is somewhat what the Mordor was in the movies. So this is... I guess I should probably start from the beginning, like how you're supposed to go through the whole thing. So first, in the movies they start at, well, the point I want to start at in the movies is when they approach the swamps in front of the gates. So this is the swamp. Well, I haven't built anything here yet. I left it for the to the last week. Am I a fan? It's hard to say. I was a fan when I watched it the first time, but I just remember it fondly. I really enjoyed it at that time. Now when I try to rewatch, I just it's not that good in my opinion. So I just, but yeah, it's a, not even sure how to describe it. Let's say it's not that great as I remember. So yeah, this is the black gates they approach in the movies, and in the movie they realize they can't really pass through it, so they go for a secret passage that only they're... Yeah, they are black indeed. Well, the colors are a little bit off as well because I play with a high gamma value, so everything is bright. Even the pitch black is really bright here, so you don't really get the full colors. Hey, welcome back. I'm showing off the build I've done so far. So this is the secret path that leads into the spider cave from the movie. So if I'll have time, I'll just build a small spider inside. So you need to go through this tunnel into, well, it opens up into another, it's an outpost in the mountains. I think that's what it is in the movies. So yeah, you can see the tower. So basically in the movies the main character gets captured here and taken into this castle outpost. Like in the movies it didn't really look like much of a castle, but when I started looking at the screenshots it turned out like it is. How much time did it take? I started, like, the competition started at November, so it's been a month and a half pretty much since the server started. and it's for the competition. There are already spiders in Minecraft. Can you trap and use one? Yeah, but I want a bigger one. So yeah, this is the actual castle. I tried to, like, basically this section I divided build into like 1 week sections. So for 1 week I built the gates and surrounding area. The other week I built this castle and the cave. So yeah, the cave is, well, the castle. Well, I made the most of it. It's mostly done from the outside. Like the inside is very barren. It's barely functional. You can walk all the way from the bottom to the very top, but it's a long way, and it's not that obvious how to get there, because it is a little bit of a maze. I think from here, I don't think you can even get to there from this side. Can you get out this way? Yep, you can. It will take ages. Well, if you want to explore, like this is like how you're supposed to go. You need to go around this, because from the castle itself you can only get up to the first ridge. I think that's how it works. Maybe you can't even get up there. Oh, you can only get up the walls from the underneath, from the lower level of the castle. And to get to the tower, you actually need to climb this, the spiral staircase, which I won't climb because it's really tall and not that interesting to go in circles. And from that, you can get to the second level of the castle, of the keep. Maybe that's the better word. And from here, you can either go up or down into the keep itself, or up onto this level. And only from here you can actually enter this and reach the very top, which I'm not sure. I thought it was cool because it kind of forces you to go through the same path they were taking in the movies, but yeah, it doesn't really mean anything. So yeah, this is the volcano. It's not really finished. It's, well, the week I was supposed to be building this volcano has already passed, so I still want to detail it a little bit more if I will have time in the end. So this is where the Sauron's tower, the big tower with an eye at the top, will go, and I'm building this this week, so I'm starting. And this is the volcano, the entrance from the movies. After the build, can you keep your work? Means like the build, can you copy it in your PC? I'm sure I would be able to, but the server is not going anywhere. It will still be up, and you can expand on it and so on. Like the server from the last year is still up, and all the builds are still there. So yeah, and I've leveled this area. It was, well, this used to be a huge dark oak forest at some point. And yeah, I carved these mountains out because there was supposed to be a passage between the gates and Mordor itself. Now it's geographically a little bit more similar to what it's supposed to be. Of course, the scale is way off, but yeah, it's I think it's it's the most you can get reasonably. This build will be inspiration for the competitions to come. Well, if I finish it properly, yeah, it will definitely be 1 out of 1. But I still need to finish it. There's so much left to be done. Like the parts that are done, I'm not really, well, 100% happy with them. But yeah, I'm not sure how much time I will have to actually to keep improving them. Yeah, hopefully it's all gonna be good. Also, this well, the idea to live stream all the whole process came from the. Yeah, I would probably get accused of cheating by the organizers if I didn't. So just safeguard myself from that, I just decided to stream the whole process because it is a survival multiplayer server. Because that happened last year. If your build was substantially larger than everyone else's, yeah, people, well, the organizers were saying that it's obviously done with glitches using dupe materials and so on. Even though I don't think it had any effect on their judgment. Too good to be true, yeah, pretty much. Well, they are all professionals, so you know, they're not used to seeing people spend hundreds of hours in on a game build. And yeah, you need to be quite into Minecraft to actually know all the capabilities, and they are definitely not Minecraft players. Well, some of them know how to play Minecraft, but yeah, it's nothing like like a proper gamer. Let's say if I could say like that. Maybe Olala was the one who followed you last. No, he wasn't actually. The follower I got was Giannini Burns. Because I actually get a notification when someone follows me. What funny thing is, my cousin is not following me. That's I I even asked him to follow me, and he refused. He said he doesn't follow anyone. That was his excuse. Not sure I believe that, but still. Oh, Ola doesn't know my cousin. He comes on stream from time to time when he really wants to do something with me. Do you check his follows? Can I actually check his follows? I haven't, but I don't think you can see what people are following on Twitch. Maybe if you're a streamer, like a partner or something. Maybe, I have no idea actually. Just so many functions are locked behind being an associate or a partner. What is this? Oh, I only have one. Maybe one of the bots actually liked your stream and came here to follow you. Maybe they are testing new features. Big followers. I'm sure it was possible a few years ago. Oh yeah, definitely. Lots of things were possible a few years ago. You could you could rewind streams couple hours back. Not that long ago, and now you can't. Oh, the dislike. Oh, the new changes on YouTube. Those are the worst. Like not being able to see the dislikes. Like that's just baffling to me. And you can definitely tell the difference. Like when you're watching, well, when you're looking for a video for some sort of instructions, like it's a lot harder to know if it's actually worth watching the video or not, because you look at the likes, you see 160 likes, and you have no idea how many dislikes it has. It has like many thousands of views, but how can you tell if it's actually any good if you can't really see the dislikes? Like, and their explanations were so dumb. Like, this is to stop content creator harassment online. It's a feedback mechanism. Like, it's not. I'm not sure. Maybe YouTube imagines that everyone has to like everyone. Yeah, agreed, yeah. I think every reasonable person would agree with that. But YouTube somehow, yeah, doesn't see it like that. New world. Everyone's telling them to bring it back. So no one is offended. Oh yeah, that's gonna be great. Yeah, we're gonna live like in Russia and China. There nothing is offensive. You can't disrupt social harmony. That's the Chinese way. Russia just, yeah, everything that's upsetting, yeah, is much illegal. Not even upsetting, like not pro-Russia. Everything has to align with a certain message. I think YouTube is more of a platform to learn, and like the strike ratio was quite important to see the video, like a lecture is good or not. Well, if you look at the most popular content, I wouldn't call it educational by any means. It's just a social network for with videos, like with content creation. Well, video creation. It's come on. Okay, I guess I'll leave it like this. Quite a big part of it. Yeah, educational content is the one that actually is getting, well, suffering the most from these changes. Did it on time. Because it's definitely a concern when you can't really see if people don't like the video. Like, and if you look at the most disliked videos, you know, all of the YouTube rewinds videos are there. So I'm not sure if quite a few Logan Paul videos are there as well. I'm not sure what kind of creator they're trying to protect. But yeah, I guess each platform succumbs to its vices eventually. Like Twitch and and Twitch thoughts. They seem to be dominating Twitch. Like, what's the name of that streamer you mentioned? That's doing sleeping streams with thousands of viewers. Like, how is that a thing? Like, she does a bath stream when she bathes herself, and then she goes to sleep and streams herself sleeping. Like, that's what I get. And she, I don't want to call it dancing, yeah, but she shakes her goods on stream. Let's put it that way. Will there be a YouTube Rewind this year? I have no idea. I imagine it there will be. Like, I don't think they will abandon such long-running not sure the project is the right word, but yeah, something like that. Working, yeah, she. Well, I guess it is kind of, sort of dancing. Dance for the modern Twitch age. Amarath, yeah, that's the name of the streamer. Remember? Yeah, it will be interesting to see if there will be a YouTube Rewind, but I'm not really sure if... What kind of videos were just viral this year? I don't think we even had something really viral. At least I can't come up with anything on the spot. Like something like Gangnam Style at some point was at that year. Like most of the most popular videos, hardcore series. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but Pewds is huge in general, so for him those numbers are not that big. Because if you look at some other viral videos, people who made them usually don't get all that many views, and suddenly they make something super popular. And Pewds makes, yeah, Pewds will actually make a better YouTube Rewind video. Like YouTube will do its own thing, everyone dislike it, and then Pewds will make a good one. That's what's gonna happen. It's kind of a tradition at this point. Everyone would be disappointed if PewDiePie didn't make a video for, well, a better version of YouTube Rewind, whatever it's gonna be. Also, yeah, the viral videos on YouTube usually, well, at least it seems these days, are mostly negative, something bad happening, and making a YouTube Rewind out of those is, yeah, it's it's probably gonna be quite a challenge. It's my ping. It definitely doesn't feel like 200 milliseconds. It's all COVID. Well, yeah, sadly, yeah. These past 2 years were all COVID. Oh, I still remember watching on some China, well, I think as early as January of 2020. You could, like, the videos coming from China were quite concerning, where Wuhan, the city, like, well, the Wuhan city was getting isolated, and I distinctly remember being shocked when I saw a huge trucks of sand and dirt just piling everything on the road, so people couldn't go in and out of the cities of Wuhan. What are your New Year resolutions? I don't really have New Year resolutions. I usually do such things when I feel that they are necessary. If I feel like I need a change, then I start doing that at that point. I don't usually wait for New Year's, and I don't really come up with anything special for New Year's. Yeah, maybe I will start looking for a for a proper job. At least thinking about it. Maybe trying to develop a skill, familiarizing with the framework or that I want to work with. Because if I want to keep developing with Python, knowing Django seems like a good idea. Sure, if Python would be good for backend development though. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if you were here when we were talking about enterprise development with Olala. But yeah, if you're an enterprise developer, you're treated differently than other developers. I kinda miss that. Because yeah, enterprise developer is a high demand profession. Oh yeah, so I'm supposed to be going this way now. Okay. So yeah, you get a lot of benefits and as an enterprise developer. Who is an enterprise developer? Well, yeah, you can be different things. Like when I'm talking about enterprise development, and I'm referring specifically all the technologies and languages that are oriented towards enterprise development. Like if you're a Java developer, then yeah, there are lots of frameworks and libraries that are oriented towards enterprise development. So you can find quite a few enterprise development jobs with Java. But it just generally refers to a company that's developing software. So well, the clients usually are other companies or government institutions. So that's pretty much what enterprise development is. It's a company, software development company, writing software for other companies or governments. And yeah, like the money involved is substantial in there. Like if you're not paying like at least €500,000 for that sort of project, it's just not a serious project, and only small enterprise development companies would be even interested in a project like that. Well, of course, depending on its complexity, but yeah, bigger companies might even skip a project like that. Because the development there is highly formalized, and well, I guess chances are that you will be doing the same the same enterprise development in any company you get a job in. Well, unless they are developing their own product, then it's different. But most of the development is enterprise development, I would say. Because who needs websites and website-based systems? It is other companies or government institutions, so they are the main clients, and they are the main the vast majority of the clients. Well, it's basically supply and demand. Hey, another bot. Welcome. Don't open that website. I need to figure out a way to block them. I just have no idea how YouTube moderating works. I should probably integrate that everything never opened, yeah. I should integrate this the chat into Discord. Maybe even create a channel in my Discord for when I'm streaming. Yeah, Discord, I have no idea. I usually turn Discord off when I'm streaming, just because it's not the first time my PC crashes during stream, and I have no idea why. Like, there is a nightbot for YouTube. Oh, there is. Channels. Yeah, I'm familiar with nightbot. At least I've seen it. Yeah, it is quite popular, it seems. Not really sure how it works though. If I was making a product like Nightbot, I would probably do a subscription thing. Much like my current bot that I'm running. But if it's open source, then probably you need to set it up yourself. You know, it needs to be running on your machine. in some capacity. Correct. Oh, water here. Easy. But is free web hosted Twitch bot and will also be free. What does it mean web hosted? Do you need to provide your own hosting or do they host the bot? Because that's the biggest difference. Because if I was providing the hosting, I would have some way to monetize it as well. I don't think you hosted, okay. Oh, I guess I know where the water sources start now. At least. Yeah, if you can get it for YouTube, that's cool. Because I imagine my bot would sort out bots like this. At least I would expect it. I need to take off my boots. Let's take them off. Let's do it afterwards. But yeah, since they don't take money, it makes me question their motivation. Like, it's cool that it's free and it's always gonna be free. But if it's centralized, like, hosted by one person, then it gives him quite a bit of power. Like, he can basically decide what is okay to say in chat and what is not okay. And not just on one stream, on all streams at once. So that could be a motivation to provide it for free and provide a quality product free of charge. I think you can decide that. Can you decide that if it's free, how can you decide to pay? Well, I guess you can donate, but I don't think it will actually change the software you're getting. Level of moderation. Oh, yeah. That's, yeah. For sure, you should be able to, well, you have to be able to change the moderation, like set it up the way you like it. But what I'm talking about is you can decide what is okay to say and not okay to say in, like, moderately moderated stream, let's say. So if you choose the lowest level or the highest or any level in between, you get to decide what is filtered out and what isn't, what is allowed and what isn't. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be a good product if it didn't allow you to set it up. And okay, we became Elsa from Frozen. Oh, it's all in my apparel. It's all in my boots. I have frost walking on my boots since I exploded my previous set of armor, and I didn't, because boots have quite a few enchantments. I didn't really want to remake the boots, so I just grabbed my second pair because I had one pair with Depth Strider and this pair and a separate pair with Frostwalker. I just used the pair with Frostwalker. instead of making new boots. Damn, the bots are very active today. Imagine how much money do you think you could charge for exception in Nightbot's moderating? So if you're advertising on streams, not sure if that's even allowed. Yeah, probably it isn't. I guess you don't really have to worry about that. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be worth even selling service like that. $2 a month so everyone can afford it. Yeah, I can. Wasn't it supposed to be free though? Where did this $2 a month comes from? Yeah, I guess I need to fill this hole now. Yeah, I don't really understand what. Yeah, I guess it just how free software is. If you're not if you're not paying for the product, then you are the product. That's how it goes. Like they're not monetizing the software itself; they're monetizing the access it has. So that would be one way to describe it. Yeah, this looks like a junk shulker. Let's see. Now I need to go to this side. Yeah, this is where I was building. So I want to cover the immediate area around the tower. Oh, future tower. Currently just 1x1 cobblestone tower. So yeah, it's cool if you have, since you have your internship sorted, even found some help with that. And it's so odd. I would never have thought of doing something like that. Why did you decide to do that? Yeah, that's a question I would like to ask. Seems like a good idea on paper. Not sure how good of an idea it will be in practice though. Just did what came in mind, okay. Interesting. Well, if you get away with it, then more power to you. Let's see why you wouldn't get away with it though. No one will care too much. Unless you, well, you still need to be able to keep up with the work. See, and this follower of mine on Instagram was asking me for a work for free for months. Oh, I think he was fated. Okay. Interesting. Well, I guess if he is, yeah, you have prior relationship with him, yeah, this makes sense. Something like this, I think. I'll share you my Instagram page. I don't really use Instagram, so I can take a look. The Instagram is owned by Facebook, yeah? I guess you can log in with your Facebook account. Maybe it's not even an option anymore. Success. Yeah, you don't need to log in, okay. Let's see, I kinda wanna take a look now. Yes. If this will break anything. Or not. You don't mind me showing this on stream, I imagine. Hey, Elon Musk. That's a good avatar. Okay. Let's see. What does Instagram is used for? Oh, so these are your posts. Oh, how to break bad and productive habits, raise your standards. It's cool. Warren Buffett's 5 to 25 rules. Oh yeah, this is... Okay, that's an interesting project, like, interesting page. I would like to stop and read some of them. Important lessons about money. 9 to 5 can fill your needs, not your dreams. Oh, it depends on your dreams. What stops you from succeeding? Oh yeah, it will ask me to. Okay. Don't care about the money, care about the freedom, opportunities, and options that came from having money. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. That's cool. Oh, I'm messing it up again. Okay, this has to be always on top. OBS goes here. Yeah, I need to better organize my desktop, I think. Should be fine. Okay. So I guess you're quite into the whole personal development things. Yeah, that's actually a good time to be studying these sort of things. because now you're still young enough that you will be able to actually incorporate all of those best practices and get the maximum benefit out of them. I guess anyone can, but especially when you're young, I kind of can say that. Yeah, that's great. I you can say I kinda envy people like that. Were kind of focused. Maybe I'm not sure if that's the right word. Right, like from the young age, and develop those habits early on. Because I definitely didn't. Okay, it is working. Yeah, I feel like too many times I just do or don't do something just because I don't feel like it, or just feel like doing it. I definitely don't suggest. Yeah, definitely. Not a really sustainable approach, I would say. Well, but you always find ways to justify it, so you know, you tend not to think about it, which probably isn't a good thing as well. Self-respect, self-reflection. It's a very important part of self-improvement. So, by the way, which side of the road do you drive in there? Oh, we drive on the left, like you're supposed to. Or wait, no, we drive on the right. Yeah, we drive on the right because the wheel is on the left side. It confused me because when we buy cars, the cars are always listed as well, with the side where the wheel is on, and I just remember that on the right is the English style. Because sometimes we get imports with it. Well, not sometimes. There's a significant market for cars imported with right wheel drive or right side steering wheel drive. Because people like those cars are usually a lot cheaper, and converting from left-hand drive to right-hand drive, or well, vice versa, from right-hand drive to left-hand drive, isn't that expensive. So some people go for that. In Asia we drive on the left, in USA we drive on the right, in Russia roads drive wherever you want, yeah. There's another meme about driving. I'm not sure, it's probably originated about Russia, but I saw it in about Lithuania. It's how do you spot a drunk driver? Like, drunk driver just goes just drives straight on the road and doesn't avoid potholes, and like the sober driver is driving in a snake pattern to go around all the potholes. I guess that's in the same direction. Same sort of a joke. Can't believe meme economy is actually a thing now. What a beautiful thing like blockchain gave us. You actually can can have meme economy. Oh, I was watching. Well, I already mentioned this content creator. It's Patrick Boyle, who's well, he's into finance. Like he's a lecturer and so on. So he was talking about latest news in crypto, and when Omicron COVID variant was discovered initially, like the same weekend, Omicron cryptocurrency got like it rose 900% in value. So like I think that's 8-fold increase. Oh no, it would be 9 times, yeah. Increased in value 9 times over the weekend. Yeah, that's meme economy for you. Need to keep it. Oh. Yeah, I guess Elon Musk. Well, it is fitting that you have Elon Musk as your avatar on Instagram because yeah, Elon Musk is one of the biggest. Not sure how to call him. Stimulant of meme economy. If anything will happen because of his tweets about Dogecoin, because apparently it turns out he made those tweets about using Dogecoin and like buying Dogecoin for his kids and so on. Because he was aware of how many people in Tesla owned Dogecoin. So he basically was making money for his employees by making those tweets. I'm wondering if anything will come of it, because that's definitely illegal if you're talking about investments. He already got in trouble for. Whole thing where his tweets actually have to be approved now. It was an interesting time. I wonder what will happen with all the Chinese tech companies like TikTok and so on, because yeah, the companies that own TikTok, well, the one company, I think it's Tencent, it is laying off staff because of tech. Well, yeah, it's a general crackdown on tech companies in China right now. So yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see what happens with those platforms, because I don't imagine any new features will be added or anything. Like the development will definitely stop, and yeah, what else can they do? Save money, start selling more data. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what they come up with, because it's not that easy to monetize social network, especially something like TikTok. Well, I guess you can run ads like on YouTube, but still. Okay, put the boots. And that whole crackdown seems like China is just cutting its nose off despite the face. because they just don't like how big they're and successful they're becoming. Yeah, they will introduce unspeakable ads like YouTube. I think, yeah, probably. And I think that I think that will redefine what is unspeakable ad. Because if you think ads on YouTube are unspeakable, then yeah, I think TikTok will come up with something much worse. Oh, unskippable. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and yeah, they will be unskippable for sure. Just how many of them? Well, I guess the platform, like the user base, will start decreasing if they have too many unskippable ads. And who? Well, yeah, I guess there would be plenty of companies that would like to buy ads on TikTok. Even though majority of the, maybe these days it's not only used by kids. Yeah, even some of my friends are using TikTok. Well, if Nightbot doesn't really need hosting, I should look into setting up a Nightbot. Definitely. Yeah, I guess it is all ages at this point. Oh, it is banned in India. Okay, well, that's not the terrible, not the most terrible thing I think to be banned. But still, yeah, it sucks. What's the reasoning they gave for banning TikTok? Because it's from China? Yeah, servers in China. Yeah. Well, it is a good reason. Can't argue with that. Because they yeah, let's not start talking about China. It's not a good topic, not a happy topic. India banned around 100 apps? Wow, okay, they're taking this very seriously. PUBG as well. Oh, right, it is owned by Chinese company. Well, they could get around that by hosting servers in India. Just in general, in different regions in general. Oh, is that why you stopped playing PUBG? Because it got banned? PUBG introduced a new version of the game which was named GMI, which had a transfer all server in India. And placed in-app limits for 2 hours? What is an in-app limit? Is it how long can you play? That's a new requirement in China. Can't allow people to play for more than a certain amount of time over a week. So yeah, that sounds something like would... And only play for 2 hours, yeah. Yeah, I imagine this was originally made for the Chinese market to conform to the new requirements. only for small children under 15. Okay. Also, it is enforced differently in China, in India, I guess. So if you're only under age of 15 years, then you get restricted to 2 hours, right? I was actually looking through my Steam library, seeing what kind of games I have, what I would like to play. Yeah, I have quite a few games. Well, PUBG is one of them, so I definitely could play that at some point. I'm not sure about the versions. If it's a lot of area to be covered still. Yeah, I definitely cover this. Rocket League. I didn't really like Rocket League. Well, I didn't even buy it. From what I've seen, I don't feel it's all that interesting. Well, I guess I never liked football as well. Or soccer, I'm not sure how. It's probably football in India. I think it's only in America that they call it soccer. It kind of feels like soccer to me, or football. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people play it, and they seem to enjoy it, somewhat, at least. Can't see the number of viewers now. Oh, spoken like a true streamer, always watching the numbers. Oh, indie games. Oh yeah, I have plenty of indie games. Most of them came from with bundles. I'm trying to remember what kind of bundles those were. Humble Bundle, yeah. From Humble Bundles, and yeah, they included quite a lot of indie games. This will be all covered up, okay. Ever. I guess time to go grab more shulkers and go back. Back to the nether. And I can probably grab shulker with blackstone. Yep. But yeah, it's a little bit early. Just be looking for some other game to play. I wanna be done with the competition first, and then decide what I wanna do next. Because I'm not sure. Yeah, kinda bored of Minecraft. Wouldn't mind switching up. There are some old games that are quite good. Maybe some really old games that I remember playing when I was a kid. Maybe those could be interesting. Okay. Sorted. Probably should have fixed my pickaxe before coming here. this is the ceiling. Roof. Okay. Dealt with those. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit too early. Maybe I should stream just some development stuff. Doing some coding. Wait, did he say, did Lada say he found me through a development tag? I think I had... Do I have a development tag? Because I think the closest I got to it, well, the closest thing I can call to a development tag is Linux tag. And that's a little bit odd. This feels very chaotic. What? Ancient debris? Okay, I'll take that. There's more? That's my first ancient debris found, like, just randomly mining. I guess it is inevitable. Well, 3 more and I have 1 ancient debris, 1 ancient netherite ingot. It's gonna be a lot of XP. And a lot of magma. Tripping over each other. Okay, I killed all the big ones, so should be a cakewalk now. This one, oh, there are a couple of them that way. On sweeping edge. Now, this looks like a good area to mine basalt. And I'm in regional beacon as well. Okay. Yeah. What about picking up salt? Checking my inventory if I'm full. Which apparently I am. So I can keep it somewhere. I just got something bad in the morning and it's showing its results now. Did something bad in the morning? Showing its results now. Oh, you ate. That's not fun. Yeah, feeling sick, especially before going to bed. Yeah. Not fun. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't really know much about Indian food. Well, from you, what you said, it seems like it is quite similar. Food combinations don't work for me. Yeah, well, I guess it's for everyone. It's the same way. Like for me, example, I can't really eat a lot of garlic, even though I really like it, which kind of sucks. So you ate something bad that was spoiled, or you just ate something you don't, well, you shouldn't eat for some reason? Casey your onions? Oh, not being able to eat onions, that would suck. Love onions. Onions go well on pretty much everything. Oh, you get eye problems if you eat too much? No. Okay. Well, I get headaches if I eat too much garlic. By too much, I mean like one clover of garlic is too much. So I can have it a little bit. Like we have a dish, I guess you can call it, which apparently is not popular in other countries, which is fried bread. Basically, we take take a loaf of bread, cut it into like sure, straws maybe, and that would be the closest I can get. Like a little bit like potato chips, from English type of chips. Basically French fries. Yeah, I guess that's another way to describe them. So yeah, you basically take bread and make something like that, and then you fry it in oil. And on top of that, you put garlic. Well, you rub garlic into that. It's such a good dish. So it's one of my favorites. Yeah, but I guess talking about football doesn't really help when you're feeling sick. So let's not do that. What else can I talk about? Yeah, I watched. I just saw it. It's your national. Well, our national food. Yeah, it's one of our national foods. Yeah, it's really good. Especially if you prepare it right. Like it's so good. kinda wanna make it now. I won't, but yeah, it's still... It's like a snack. It's more like a snack than actual food, but... The actual national food would be like potato dumplings. That would be national dish. Like the real national dish. If you ask people in the street here what is our national dish, that's what they will tell you. My pickaxe quite rapidly. Yeah, I have a spare set of tools, so I guess I don't really have to worry about that. Yeah, I'm a bit anxious about finishing my crypto trading application, because now I'm at the point where actually I'm really close to the finish, and after that I will know if it's actually a viable, if it actually works or not. I'm a bit anxious about that, and I'm running out of ways to delay it. I guess it is about time to see the result. Yeah. Bit of room. Oh, so much basalt. This is a great place to mine it. Yeah, insta mining in Minecraft is so satisfying. It's one of the one of more satisfying things to do in Minecraft. I feel like I left some basalt behind. I don't see it. Maybe I didn't. Not when you have stone pickaxe. Yeah, well, you're not insta mining when you have stone pickaxe. I think gold tools are the ones that can actually start insta mining stuff. I was surprised that gold tools are as good as diamond tools, or even or even faster. Don't remember what the exact numbers were, but basically gold tools are slower, not because they mine slower, but it just because of the time it takes to switch tools, because they break so fast. So by the time you use up one diamond tool, you will, yeah, you would use like a whole inventory worth of gold tools. Get finished, yeah, that's... Yeah, but I was still surprised that they harvest so fast. Pretty much as fast as diamond tools. Even though it's not really practical. Space? No space. should switch the tool as well. Okay. Well, good night. Don't think I'll be going to bed early. I need. I have so much left. Build. Actually, I can the bris here. Really need to carry it with me. Right. Or maybe I should have left it. Okay. Well, let's go now. This is where the beacon range ends. Right. Find everything down to this level first, so I can have an idea of how large this area is. Seems to be quite large. Oh, this is... I was confused. I heard thunder. And... yeah, I was confused why I'm hearing thunder in the nether. Then I realized it's from a song. Eat all the carrots. So I need to take this down now. Right. I can't believe I forgot about Scala. Heard so much about it. What? Oh, I thought I will hit the projectile and throw it back. It work out like that. Okay. Pretty sure what's supposed to be there. This is... yes, this is getting close to the area where I mined last time. There's even a tunnel here. Or where it's going? Okay, nowhere. It's a quickly solved mystery. Or that got answered fast. That's another way to say it. Right. Ukrainian developer. It's cool. Oh yeah, I should probably check. Where's my window? Twitch. Yeah, I wanna see this. So at least I would be aware if at some point I get some viewers. Well, it shows I have 2 viewers, so I guess Halala is still here, maybe. Or maybe Twitch is just bugged. Which happens quite often, from what I can tell. I guess one benefit of reading Bitcoin source code on stream would be that inevitably some people will know C++ much better than I do. Because my knowledge is quite superficial. I don't really remember much about C++. It's having to worry about compilers and stuff like that. I haven't done that in a long time. You still have some space. Yeah, Ukraine is in a very interesting spot at the moment. Well, at the moment. It's pretty much at war, so I'm not sure if that's a good way to describe it. An interesting place. Closer. Easy. So yeah, well, hopefully Russia doesn't do anything stupid in Ukraine. Hopefully. Some people think that they will, but I don't think they will. Okay, so that was close. Oh, I'm out of rockets as well. Amazing. Right. Have a beak here. Right. I think I know where I am. Just a little bit lower. Or yeah, that worked out. Where I fell, I think, a long way down. Maybe it was here. Here. Really wanna leave too many platforms for more mobs to spawn. Yeah, I wonder what would be a good way to describe enterprise development. I guess you can't really go... Well, it wouldn't be too misleading to call it. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Risk left... well, since he's from India, like, for him it's still doing the same. Killing more slimes. Gathering more basalt. Just gathering materials for the build. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask, since you're from Ukraine, I'm not sure if... would you be willing to answer some questions about Russia? Enterprise? Nah. Not really ranting at the moment. I think I just went a full circle and maybe I just came back. So that's the same thing. Yeah, because, well, because of the build-up in, near the Ukraine border, I'm wondering, like, what's your opinion? What's your take on that? Because, well, hopefully Russia doesn't do anything stupid in Ukraine, but I don't really think they will. I think that's... well, wouldn't call Putin an intellectual, but I think he got what he wanted already. Sort of. So what do you think about the Russian buildup? Like, what do you think if Russia would be willing to invade? Every single time people die when his rating drops. Yeah, that is true. Rule of his politics. Yeah, but invading like Ukraine is like, I can't imagine NATO just letting Russia do whatever they want with Ukraine. Even if they... yeah, well, their claims that Crimea is... well, their claim to Crimea, you can extend that claim pretty much to a large portion of Ukraine. So if he really wanted to find a justification, he definitely could. NATO doesn't care about Belarus or Ukraine? Yeah, maybe NATO doesn't, but individual nations in NATO, I feel like they do care. I think Lithuania is very pro-Ukraine, I would say. So maybe that's why I feel that way. I would definitely not put Ukraine and Belarus on the same. That's nothing but show off, yeah. You're talking about Russia's buildup or NATO support? Because I guess you could argue both of them could be just a show off. And to some degree I imagine it is, yeah. Yeah, that I'm kind of inclined to agree. Like, nothing will happen, like it's just a scare, I'm not sure. Yep. But yeah, I think the only difference is that Belarus is Russian, Ukraine is European. Yeah, I guess could say so. But wasn't Ukraine pro-Russian for a very long time? I think it's just after Maidan it turned, well, turned pro-Europe. Right. Yankovic was pro-Russian indeed, yeah. Yanukovych, yeah. Yankovic. I know how I know his name in Lithuanian, but in English, yeah. Somehow managed to mix it up. But it's mostly due to politics. Like, I imagine people in Ukraine or in Belarus as well. Like they like some of them support like are pro-Russian, some are pro-European. I imagine. It's just which view dominates the politics at that time. Like you get yeah, you get all sorts of people. Pretty much stopped all the laws that were required by European Union for integration. Yeah. Well, I guess he wasn't planning on integrating with Europe. Yeah, who knows, in 10, 20 years maybe there will be no European Union to integrate with. Looking, I guess the results of Brexit will show. It would be funny if UK decided to come back to the European Union. Which is quite unlikely, but who knows? Well, division in Ukraine is simple: East pro-Russian, West pro-European. Yeah, well, the majority, I imagine. If you live on the border with the country, chances are you're more pro that. It is a bit odd because it's so different. Like the Russian point of view is very combative and hostile, I would say. Well, compared to European. Well, point of view? I'm not really sure. Well, mostly, I guess the mentality is very different. I believe that the only country that kind of interested in keeping Ukraine alive is Poland. Well, I'm sure all the neighbors are interested in keeping Ukraine, because if well, Poland especially, because if there were no Ukraine, Russia would be building up troops at the Poland's border, most likely. Well, Poland is in NATO, so maybe it would be different. This. Because they don't want to have Russia as a neighbor. Yeah, no one wants to have Russia as a neighbor, to be honest. No. Maybe Belarus, but it's not the Belarusian people. It's mostly the what's his name? Lukashenko. Yeah. Yeah, the ruling class. His surname is Ukrainian. Oh, yeah, that is quite funny. Well, I guess it just shows how interconnected everyone is. Like, we're not that different. Like, we all live in the same area. I guess Ukraine is a little bit more south. Like, the climate is a bit different, but otherwise, like, we face the same neighbors, same problems. A and Co is typically Ukrainian ending. Yeah. Okay. I definitely forget that, but yeah, it's an interesting fact. I think Europe is interested in keeping Ukraine alive as well. Well, alive and independent on top of that. Since it will be like well, much the same reason as Poland is basically having a buffer between Russia and Europe. It is a quite unfortunate location geographically. Like all the things that have been done in Ukraine throughout the history, like yeah, it's all purely because of geographical location. Pretty much. Also the because the land is very fertile. But yeah, I guess the only reason and dumb people. Yeah, you get dumb people everywhere at all times. Don't think that's unique to Ukraine. Yeah, but having like having so much fertile land and Russia as a neighbor, yeah, it's any natural resource, I would say, and Russia will be eyeing you. Like Lithuania's biggest asset is swamps, like our wetlands, and maybe forests. Have you seen the current president of Ukraine? I'm sure I've seen it on him on videos, but I don't really know much about him. Maybe at some point I saw his, well, probably just a short, like couple of seconds, him shaking hands with someone. I wouldn't be able to pick him out in a, let's say in a crowd of leaders. Jew backed by oligarchs, so typical. Oh yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's only Eastern Europe where Jews get very bad, well, have bad reputation. But I imagine it's everywhere else as well. I don't think Eastern Europe is unique in that. It's pretty much whole world, but you can't say these things because you get cancelled. Yeah, well, you know, when you look at, for example, when I look at content creators from USA, like quite a few of them are Jewish, and I really enjoy their content and agree with their point of view. Like, usually when, well, people here in Europe that don't like Jews usually are more against the, well, Israel and its policies, and secular Jews that basically dominated some industries, and they have a very odd, like they don't really like to collaborate with other people. Like their communities are kind of closed. So I guess they alienate themselves. And if you don't actively alienate yourself, like they seem to be quite popular and reasonable people. Because they're hunted? Well, definitely used to be the case. I don't think there is any widespread hunting going on. Maybe in the neighboring countries, well, countries neighboring Israel. That I can't believe. Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Well, like, it probably will never happen that Israel will be conquered by any of its neighbors. Especially since it has the backing of the USA. And I imagine most of the Europe, because no one's doing a thing about Israel and what it's doing to the Palestinians. It's a little bit like few far-right people members were joined. Oh, current president got into power. Oh, far-right were jailed. Okay, did that. It's interesting. So did they actually threaten him or what? I imagine they weren't just arrested for being right-winged. It's been something they actually did. Well, at least that's how I imagine it works. Like, recently I came across some Russian-speaking content creators from Lithuania that immigrated into Lithuania from Russia. And like they were explaining, no, they were volunteers in East. Oh, okay. Oh. If you volunteer to be a, I don't want to use the word separatist, but I don't really know a better way to describe it. Like, if you want to participate in a civil war and use of domestic terrorism and got around 10 years. Yeah, losing civil war sucks. Well, I guess it's still ongoing, but how did they, why were they in Ukraine? Were they captured and in Donbass or something like that? Well, I guess if it was domestic terrorism, they were doing something inside Ukraine. I imagine people like that, well, yeah, if a pro-Russian candidate would have been elected, maybe they wouldn't have been jailed. I think any reasonable candidate would jail people like that. Someone very specific should have been elected for them not to get jailed. Ooh, almost walked off. I wouldn't call Chechen mercenaries versus Rostov division a civil. Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a misnomer. You can't really call it like that. You are right. Yeah, I guess Russia would like to portray it that way. Okay, I did pick it up. They're all full. There were many more mercenaries in the east, I can imagine. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if it was only the native population, yeah, they would have been steamrolled. I guess the Russian backing is the key why they even managed to resist. Even Georgians looking for revenge. Yeah, I have no idea about the history between Ukraine and Georgia. Or Georgian history in general. Barely know anything about that. Imagine in situations like that you attract a variety of characters. It's more about Georgian and Russian history. Oh, okay. So are they getting revenge on Ukraine or on Russia? Confused now. Because when people say Russia history with Russia, they usually mean something negative. Oh yeah, in Russia, okay. Yeah, Russia has a lot of enemies, like So yeah, actually I found a channel recently from Russian-speaking people who immigrated into Lithuania like a couple of years ago. There used to be several Georgian battalions on Ukrainian side. Well, I imagine they didn't go anywhere. Like the conflict is still going on. But yeah, in the videos they describe how life was in Russia compared here in Lithuania. What are the differences? It's not about supporting Ukraine, but fighting Russia. Same with Chechens. Oh yeah, yeah. I can definitely imagine that. Well, Lithuania kind of has some historical links with Ukraine, because when Soviet Union, well, before the collapse of the Soviet Union, when Lithuania announced that they want to go independent, and Russia sent tanks into Lithuania, Ukraine was well, there were massive protests organized in Kiev to stop the hostilities in Lithuania at that time. So I feel like Lithuania, just because of that, we are like, our politicians are very supportive. Yeah, I know. I imagine it's not something you you just know about. I'm telling you, like, that's. Protests don't do shit. Well, yeah, well, it's still something. Protest doesn't actually translate into any political action, but it just shows the support of the common people to a certain idea or whatever they're protesting for or against. You might say it didn't have any effect, but the hostilities didn't escalate from there. Like, yes, some people got shot, some people got run over with tanks, but it, like, they weren't opening like indiscriminate fire into crowds here in Lithuania, at least. Between Latvia and Estonia, yeah, Lithuania is north. We're actually a neighbor of Belarus. No, not between Latvia, below Latvia and Estonia. We are the bottom one out of those three. Even I managed to get it wrong. But yeah, I was watching, well, I know this only because I was recently watching some documentaries from collapse of the Soviet Union. So the Latvia is that the between one, yeah, Latvia is the middle one. So yeah, I was surprised to hear that actually Ukraine was the one that organized protests. Well, they were protesting. Well, you know, protests in Soviet Union are a little bit different deal. So they were basically protesting to show support that and ask. Well, idea was to ask Gorbachev, I think, the one that was president of the Soviet Union, to withdraw troops from Lithuania and to stop, like, killing people, pretty much. Sorry about what? So you can say that nothing changes because of the protests, but you can't really say that they don't do anything at all. Like you I think sometimes they definitely... Well, there are benefits. Oh, this is so flat and one block thick. Ooh, that's a lot of slime. Sure, I want to fight all of this. Let's try despawning them. It's just not as effective as a riot. Well, I guess it depends on what your goal is. If you want to start a dialogue, maybe a normal protest is fine. Just bringing an attention to a certain issue. But if your goal is... not sure. A riot? Yeah, I guess if your government is not listening, then yeah, eventually it will get to a riot. Yeah, then that's where you need to go for a riot, I imagine. Guess we're lucky in that regard here in Lithuania. Our government is kind of reasonable. That's what happened in most cases. Yeah. Yeah, especially in like countries that share same I don't want to say morals, but same mentality as Russia. I mean, that's the Russian style of governance. Like where the state decides everything and you're just there to follow. It's really hard. Well, I'm struggling to understand why people would support Russian... I'm not the government, but the mentality of the Russian government. Like, who likes to be oppressed like that? And unfortunately, most riots are led by same government but with different name. Yeah, you say that. Sure, I agree. Well, I haven't Haven't witnessed any riots myself. I can't really say for sure. Yeah, Ukraine had much more experience in that during this decade. Well, previous 10 years. When did the war actually broke out? It's been a long time. Like, has it been more like? I think it's been like something. It feels like it's been like 6 years or something like that. Pretty much every president term ends with some kind of conflict. 2014 or something, yeah, so 7 years. Yeah, I guess the stability is the biggest benefit of being westernized country. It's just, even if you don't subscribe to European sure, cooperation based union, not even sure how to accurately describe what you Western countries stand for. Globalization, maybe? That would be a good way. Good, concise way to describe it. I don't want any more because I don't know where to flee, and I bought an apartment recently. Yeah, that's... Well, yeah, no one wants the war, I imagine. Like, and no sane person wants a war. Like, you have to be very desperate to actually want a war. Guess these are only reasons? Sure, what kind of reasons you mean? You mean you buying a flat and not knowing where to go if a war breaks out? Only reason me not wanting a war anymore. Oh yeah. Well, stability is, yeah, the biggest thing. What happened to this one? Oh, it's still here. Right. Yeah. Rough. Well, I guess if the government is not representing the people, I guess eventually it will lead to war. I couldn't care less about Ukraine being invaded by Russia or good or Poland. I think it would be a radical different. Like, the difference would be quite large if it got invaded by Russia and well, taken over by Russia. I kind of believe in the European style of collaboration. because we have some common rules. Polish nationalists would love being Polish again. Yeah, I guess all the nationalists would love that. Doesn't matter which country they're from. But Poland, well, they have quite a lot of hype at the moment in Poland, I would say. Yeah, well, everyone can understand being having your own identity. Like you, but I don't think Europe is about that. I don't think Europe is about suppressing identities of different cultures, different countries. Lvov, West Ukrainian city, used to be Polish, and still feels as it's Polish. Well, I imagine the majority of the people are like. I'm not sure if you can be ethnically Polish, but their ancestors are from Poland in that case. So I guess it makes sense that it feels Polish. Because if Polish people were living when it basically, you kind of need to wipe out the whole population if you want to take over the city and don't feel like it's from a different culture. Otherwise, like the traditions and just the mentality in general gets just passed on generation from generation. Oh, that's pretty much what happened? Well, okay. I'm not sure why it feels Polish then. Okay, let's gather here. Because people that live here communicate more with Polish. They usually work on Polish. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we get kind of a similar thing here in Lithuania, in our capital city. Like, at some point our capital city was taken by Poland. Or work for Polish employees. Yeah, it's a little bit different here. We have quite a lot of Polish people who don't live in Poland. They live here in Lithuania. They don't work in Poland. They work here in Lithuania, but they just still insist on being Polish. Like they speak Polish language. They open Polish schools and let their kids into Polish schools here in Lithuania, which is just baffling to me. You mean Commonwealth? Architecture. Commonwealth? I'm not really sure what Commonwealth is, to be honest. Don't really know how to translate it in what it actually means as a word. Oh, Commonwealth, you mean Polish and Lithuanian Commonwealth? No, yeah, well, yeah, at some point it was a thing, but no, it's not because of that. Way after that, yeah, our capital was occupied by Poland. It's like around World War I time, and the area, like the whole borders were. I don't even remember actually what was the actual time frame. it wasn't that long ago. Like Commonwealth was way like pretty much nothing is left of of that era. Yeah, the Vilnius, our capital, was occupied by Poland quite recently. I don't remember any lines between these being this one. Yeah, Lithuania is not really a good friend of Poland. Like we I can't really say I have good things to say about Poland. Or they're just odd. That's how I find it. Hey, another bot. Yeah, I need to set up the night bot so he could automatically ban all of these bot accounts. I think I'm running out of blocks here. This is 1 block thick. Some meat here. At least they don't send Muslim midgets to you. Who doesn't? Not sure what you're referencing by Muslim midgets. Poland? Is Poland doing that to Ukraine? Well, we get something like that now coming from Belarus. We have a Belarus did that to Poland recently. Yeah, it did the same to Lithuania, but Lithuania built a fence around our border, and yeah, it's a lot more difficult to get into Lithuania, so everyone is just going for Poland from Belarus. They don't really care if it's Poland or any other country. It's mostly, well, it's solely because of the sanctions against Belarus. I love Polish Zero? What is Polish Zero? I think I know. I don't think I ever heard about Polish Zero. I'd like Ukraine to have its zero, but that's not gonna happen. Zero? I still don't understand what zero is. Can you send me a link? Sure. Oh, yeah. Kind of a meme? Okay, well, everyone likes memes. We pretty much have a whole economy based on memes now. So I bought to ban me for sending links. Yeah, I don't really have any mod bots at the moment, so maybe someday if I for some reason start getting viewers, then I'll probably have to set it up. Now I want to set it up just for those bots that are spamming links. So I wouldn't have to worry about people clicking on them or opening those websites. Okay, let's see. Oh, I thought it was the interview with Jordan Peterson. Okay, give me a second, I'll set up my... Yes, so I can actually watch this. And stream at the same time. Okay, that looks good. Has the music over it. Ah, no problem. Pause this music.
How many refugees has Poland taken?
0.
Oh, 0.
We don't want any illegal migration in Poland. This is what we promised. This is why our government was elected. And not even one Muslim illegal migrant will come to Poland, ever. This is why Poland is so safe. Not even one terrorist attack. Not even one illegal will come to Poland, ever.
Don't the politicians of Europe have a moral humanitarian duty to step in?
No.
Yeah,
We can
this
call
can get shot.
populists, nationalists, racists. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
Do you have any sympathy for the people in this crisis today?
I'll answer your question, but before I'll answer your question about my love to the people, I'd like to ask you how many Poles blow themselves up in America or any other place in the world? How many?
What does he expect?
I love my
Not
people.
enough?
How many terror attacks happened in Poland?
0. None, and I love the 0. I'm trying to repeat it every single time. 0.
0.
None. Not even one Polish blew himself up because of his religion, because of his fantasy, because of his hatred. So that is the difference between
painting
Europeans,
every
between
single-
Polish.
And for those, we have the European responsibility, our governments, and we as citizens, to protect them and to
take them.
help them
Take them all.
to make Europe
pay for them.
accessible.
So
And to
take them.
help them
Take them all.
to make
And
Europe
pay for them.
accessible.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean by 0. It is it's kind of a meme. But I think it's just very short-sighted view. Like it's just gonna lead to more problems. Being yeah, very populistic and not just not just populistic. It just it preys on people's fears. Like people, well, of course you you're afraid of something you don't understand, and like different cultures, people from different cultures, they speak different language. Like we got a lot of people coming here from Ukraine, like and people here in Lithuania don't really speak Russian anymore. Like the younger generation very rarely speak Russian. Like I'm 33 at the moment, and my generation barely speaks Russian. I speak a little bit of Russian, but only because I decided to take a couple of years of Russian when I was in school. Like everyone's like, so it would be like, yeah, it's just dumb. Like having a point of view like we don't accept anyone from anywhere for any reason, so we stay at 0. Like you need someone to work those jobs that, like there are low skill jobs that hopefully your population is educated enough that they don't really want those jobs. He said that about legal immigrants, yeah, but he said the same thing about not just legal immigrants. What was it? Refugees. Yeah, refugee is not an illegal immigrant. Refugee is someone fleeing from a conflict. So if there's a war breaks out and you run to another country, you shouldn't be considered a legal immigrant. You should be considered a refugee. So he accepted zero. Well, he proudly said that they accept 0 refugees, and someone else can take them if they wanna help. Poland does accept refugees. Well, the whole European Union accepts refugees. Maybe that's why. From his point of view, I don't think that's what he supports. At least it doesn't look like it. My shulkers. Oh yeah, I see them. I think every European country accepts refugees. I'm not even sure how it works. I think they divide them some way. European also accepts the illegal migrants, economic illegal migrants. That's the problem. Sure about illegal, like saying they accept. You can't really tell what person is all citizen. Shit. Yeah, like not having any system, I think that's a bigger issue. Just not having a common policy and not really having a plan worked out how to actually integrate those people, that's the issue. And not having limits as well is not really, well, I guess they kind of working on that. No one has a system. Is it called Zero? It still seems a little bit short-sighted. It's easy for me to get into Poland. Yeah. Well, I guess since Poland and Ukraine are neighbors, maybe that's why. But if it's easy to get into Poland, it should be the same for any European nation. Like any country in the European Union. Polish authorities see as a well-paid professional, hardworking. And not gypsy living off stolen goods. Well, it's hard to imagine that no one makes any distinction. Like, yeah, it's hard to imagine that Europe doesn't really take anything into account when letting people in. Doesn't really make sense. Not at the beacon range here? Wow. Oh, YouTube is still on screen. Sorry. What about that? Bad. Because I feel like most of those things are exaggerations. And the volumes are quite big. But I think the immigration problem shows to a different issue. Like, the root cause of immigration is not that people are lazy or not willing to work or things like that. I think when your region gets too rich, say, too successful, well, by whatever means, compared to your neighbors, you will start incurring immigrants. And like conflicts even will just exaggerate that. So if you can I explain Malmo? I don't really know much about Malmo, so But from what I understand, from what you told, I imagine it's just a city that is filled with immigrants and it's not really going well. Probably because there's a lot of crime. That's what usually what happens. Beautiful city flooded with Muslims. Well, you know, a Muslim is not inherently bad. The Muslim world used to be, not that long ago, used to be like the jewel of civilization, a peak of civilization. And the source of news for Criminal Chronicles. Yeah, there could be many things. It could be even down to cultural differences, because things that are here considered crimes are just not considered crimes in Muslim countries. Especially when you go to, like women's rights. It's just, we have a completely different approach to women compared to a Muslim world, from what I understand. It's just that bad people love to move somewhere. Yeah, it's been always like that, and well, killing, raping women, because she said no. The crime indeed. Well, yeah. It's not even that. Yeah, I'm not really sure about rapes and so on, how they are treated in the Muslim world. Maybe it's something like homosexuality in Russia just doesn't exist because it's illegal. We just don't talk about it. Maybe it's that kind of way of dealing with it. Yeah, it's likely. Well, I guess it's not that hard to figure out what's happening there. You need to know who's committing the crimes, and that can easily verify if that's the case. Sure, it's not Polish, figured it out. Yeah, but I still believe that cooperation is the way to go. Like, it's in the long term, it is beneficial. And just because the immigration is high, like, closing the borders is not the solution. Like, the solution should involve going to your neighbors and figuring out what is causing people. Like, if you have so many immigrants that things like yeah, but that's what they want. They would like to get zero immigrants. Like, don't allow anyone in. Oh, Poland for Polish, pretty much. No? So what's their stance? What's their system then? Because I've clearly misunderstanding it. Because that zero policy seems to be quite pervasive. They precisely said illegal, but yeah, you can label anyone illegal immigrant because they don't have papers. Because anyone who's seeking asylum in a country will be, well, especially if they are, Well, yeah, I guess they can apply if they get to a country which is stable enough to have a functioning police and where the crime is not rampant. Maybe you could just apply through embassy, but not everyone has that luxury. Poland has taken more refugees than most European countries. Okay. That's good. It's just those refugees are white, so they don't count. So it doesn't count. I don't think that's why people have opinion that Poland is not doesn't want to let in refugees. I think it's because they specifically don't want to allow in Muslim refugees. I think that's why people get the impression that they don't want to allow in refugees. I don't think it's about the white refugees not being counted. And they have right to do so, and they are doing that as well. Like, as we can, like, we have the right to disagree with that as well. Like, it's pretty much matter of opinion if you agree with policy like that or not. Paris has enough of them. Well, more. Yeah, I guess when you get to a point where stuff, well, places like Malmo start to pop up, I think that's a good indicator that maybe just standing passively by is not enough. I think the actual solution is to get involved more heavily with the countries where people are running from. 2 bots at the same time, wow. All of these once beautiful cities now have no-go regions. Yeah, it is bad. I can't argue with that. Guess who occupies? Well, I imagine Muslims, from what I gather. Muslim refugees? Or Muslim illegal immigrants? I don't think it's necessarily Muslims, it's just probably from African nations. Immigrants from African nations. Well, people that Polish don't want in their countries, yeah. Yeah, what I would like to see is more active actions taken by the European Union. Not necessarily Muslim, most of them are though. Yeah, in Africa you have a weird mix of Muslim and Christian nations. You can't really say that all of them are from one or the other. Easy. So yeah, I would like to see those problems being solved by just, even if necessary, getting militarily involved in those countries, stabilizing those regions, because that seems to be the biggest drive out of those countries. Like, there is no stability, so there's no business, and since there are no business, there is no work. There's only one solution? It will only get worse. Well, if you don't do anything, it's gonna get worse anyways. It seems. Doesn't look like it's gonna solve itself. Right. Go back. Damn it. Annoying thing. Okay. Hopefully I have flint and steel. Actually might not have. How do I light this now? And you know, even Kiev is safer. Oh, you've been to some of those cities? Well, yeah, well, obviously the solution of just taking everyone in isn't optimal. I have else I could use. Oh. See anything useful? Okay. At least I'm not afraid of some guy stabbing me in the neck and raping my dead body. Oh, gonna get stabbed to death. Sure, the rest matters all that much. But yeah, I get the idea. King. Oh, actually, no. I wanna light the portal though. Okay, all I need to find is some gravel. Referencing the recent French news? Oh yeah, okay. I didn't. I'm not really following all of that. Some gravel. Let's try. Another bottle. Let's go. Oh, okay. From front page. Popped up on front page. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of. What is this place? So lost. Go this way. Not that far though. I guess I can light it from other side. Just go to spawn. I'm convinced that if everything goes that way, then Poland will become once was called West Europe. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on what will happen with the rest of the Europe. If they didn't find, if they won't find a good way to integrate all the refugees, and won't be able to figure out how to curb the immigration, then yeah, it might be so. Europe will turn into another African colony. Well, there are. I don't think there are any African colonies, so would be a first for Africa. Usually it goes the other way around. Europe used to occupy all parts of the world. Okay, I can continue expanding. Yeah, I think it's a little bit sensational to say that Africa is being taken over by China now anyways. So that's gonna end in a disaster eventually. Probably quite soon, since China is starting to struggle. Fancy European architecture, but the city's filled with not Europeans. China will grow larger. Oh, is it from? What's the name of that game? Total Commander? Damn, I don't remember. China will grow larger. Oh, Command and Conquer Generals, right? Yeah, that's a good one. Now when you think about it, I wonder if China paid any money to have it. Probably not. It's probably just because the game would sell better in China. I don't think they were so forward-looking. Yeah, back then they didn't go so hard on propaganda like now. They just buy them. Yeah, now they do. Now they're spending so much money on just like English propaganda. It's kind of funny. They seems like they are under impression that if something is on the internet, like people in the West just believe it automatically. So all they need is to put out some kind of nonsense, and everyone will just agree how great China is. Piece by piece, yeah. Divide and conquer. Quite valid principle. Okay. Deal with it. Africa is well divided, yeah. Africa is also huge. So not having it divided, I'm not sure it's even possible. China only has to conquer it now. Yeah. Not really about conquering now. Just buy it. It's no conquest. Have the money. Western countries made China very rich. Just, that's the problem with cooperating with countries that have different mentality. Like the same problem is with Russia. Like you can't really cooperate with Russia because it will end up the same way. They will get rich. They will just take advantage, and that's gonna be it. And whenever it's no longer beneficial, they just yeah. What do you mean now they won't? Definitely will. Like if times get tough, yeah, but Russians are less collective. Never thought about this way. Priority is to fill your own pockets. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I guess the whole Soviet Union taught people to just act like that. So it's kind of, I feel like it's a remnant of those times. People just don't see the benefits of cooperation anymore. Which is... oh, damn it. All the boots. this? What to do about this now? So I'll just ignore it. Sounds like a good solution. Look at the owners of top business in Russia, yeah. Well, most of the profitable industries got divided between oligarchs. Well, I guess that's where they come from. And they're not making anything if they're selling natural resources. Yeah, that is true. Like, those are the most profitable industries in Russia. It was quite funny watching... well, there was a YouTuber from Russia. I don't remember the region where he's from. But he was making fun of Russia's attempt to develop their own smartphone. It's like... yeah, it was quite pathetic. And the amounts of money that were spent on it, like, those were huge sums of money that went into developing that thing. Just basically a piece of crap. But yeah, it goes beyond the private sector, the private companies. Like, the government's views is also pretty much the same. Like, Putin only cares about Russia. Like, he doesn't care about any of his neighbors. So as long as they serve direct interests of Russia, then yeah, it's fine. Otherwise, yeah. It was made of pure Chinesium. Yeah, that is true. Chinesium, yeah, it's a new thing. Can thank China for that. He cares about himself, everything else is populism to keep him in power. Yeah, that is true, actually. Well, he seems to be obsessed with the glory of the Soviet Union. Maybe that's his way of appeasing the population. Yeah, maybe that's more to do with that. Like, yeah, I guess it really boosted his popularity when he occupied Crimea. Say it's Napoleon complex. Yeah, definitely he has that. So yeah, maybe portraying himself as a champion for what what people imagine they remember about Soviet Union. Yeah, maybe that's just another way to get some easy votes. But it doesn't really feel like voting is all that necessary in Russia as well. Like, from what I understand, people don't really feel like the voting process matters all, but they kind of have a point when you see what was the Medvedev, yeah, like his old buddy from the St. Petersburg when Putin was being a mayor there. Glorious Soviet Union, yeah. A lot of older generation people seem to reminisce about Soviet Union very positively, so I guess he's fishing those voters. But looking at what other candidates ran for Russia, like well, there was only one, I guess. There's always been Putin before that. Well, not before that, but since Putin came into power, like, no one else was realistically able. Bye. Medvedev is a placeholder. Not even that. Medvedev is. Medvedev actually started his career when Putin was still mayor of St. Petersburg. One person can only have 2 terms in a row. Yeah, well, doesn't really matter anymore. Uh, it used to be like that, but recently the Russian constitution got amended, so it automatically resets Putin's terms. Yeah, okay. And that was a funny way to work around that. And Medvedev was originally his lawyer in St. Petersburg. Sounds like a and homosexual marriage is forbidden. Oh yeah, that's. I guess that was the change. I don't remember. Like, it's all about family values and so on. People like to champion when they're just homophobic. Oh yeah, all the divorcees and abandoned children and so on. Those people seem to be very militant about family values when it comes to homosexuals. Yeah, typical populism, that is true. There is filling up slowly. Couldn't care less. Yeah, neither do I. Doesn't really concern me in any way, so why would I be bothered about it? But some people are. Let's see. Well, I guess they don't really have any other bigger issues to worry about, so that becomes their main focus or something. I don't know. I don't really know anyone who is actually against gay marriages. There are a few things about that I would be called bigot for, though. Well... yeah, I don't think I don't really like putting labels like that on people. Like, usually there are valid points for each opinion. But usually you can't just generalize it for everyone. Something like adoption, for example. Well, yeah, that is an interesting question. I personally am for adoption, because like if it still beats growing up in an orphanage. Like, I don't feel like that's a big issue. But some people like to conflate allowing homosexual couples to adopt, but they want to conflate it with some they okay. They like to conflate it with well, they like to portray it as if perverts would be able to adopt children, like pretty much. Like, absolutely agree. But if there are two families that want a child, they prefer not homosexual. Yeah, that I can agree with. I'd say it should be up to a child. Like, maybe at that point you can consider what the child would like, because it is kind of personal if you get along, if you like the people or not. Simply because of statistics, I don't know if there are any reliable statistics so far, because it's not really been a openly discussed thing, homosexual couples and families, for a long enough time to have any reliable statistics. Well, if you're talking about lifetime statistics, where like it's how successful people are from what kind of families and so on. I don't think it's gonna be all that different. I think maybe even better, well, it might even be beneficial to have parents that are of like different sexuality, let's say. It's like people, it's just exposure to different things. But oh yeah, I was right clicking, so I guess my blocks ran out just at the right time. No, but there are some other ones. Sexual assaults and orientations. Well, sexual assault is... it's a crime, pretty much. Yeah, I think people... well, at least I don't hold that opinion that people who are homosexual are perverted in some way. Well, they are, I guess, because they are sexually attracted to the wrong sex. But it doesn't mean that they're gonna molest children. That's the point. It's a very specific type of person that will do that. And being homosexual, it doesn't really have anything to do with that. Yeah, but people like to conflate those things when they argue against letting homosexual couples to have adopt children. At least here in Lithuania, that's the gist. I imagine in Poland it's pretty much the same. I count them being more tolerant. Same as doesn't mean he will explode himself if he's Muslim. Yeah, that is true. Just most people who explode themselves are Muslim. Nowadays, definitely true. Yeah. Like in World War II, like it was a a very, I don't want to say popular, but which child rapes and homos. Yeah, that is. But yeah, that's basically a coincidence, I would say. Well, it's just how current regional instabilities work out. Like during World War II, like Japanese were just suiciding to kill people. Well, I guess it's different than terrorism because it was during the war, but they didn't really care. Like if they could, they would kill everyone in the city. Well, I don't think they cared at that point. That's just the impression I got. So it's now this. It's similar with fundamental. I don't even know if it's you can call it fundamental. Radical Islamists. Yeah, maybe that's a better way to describe that. It is an interesting religion, Muslim. Well, it's the newest of all major religions, for one. I absolutely agree that even living with homos is better than orphanage. Yeah, I undoubtedly. So yeah, I would definitely be against just flat out banning, but it's definitely not an issue people make it out to be. Sometimes, at least. Oh, your father-in-law was a teaching that sense, okay. I only had very little exposure to orphanages. Well, I've only been to one once. When our company, well, IBM, when I was working at that time, was organizing a trip, and we were bringing gifts, and like I just went in, came along as a representative. So that was an interesting experience. That's terrible. Yeah, I imagine they don't get. So yeah, after seeing that for myself, how kids are, like, it's not really a good environment to grow up in. You've been there several times, yeah. Well, imagine if you have a family member working there, yeah, you get exposed to it eventually. Yeah, I had no one like that. Like, that was my first time seeing how it looks. And it was in a very official, like, it was a celebratory mood. It was a definitely a special occasion when we were coming in. So I didn't really get the genuine experience. I only got to talk to the kids, but it was mostly about work and so on. I imagine Lithuanian orphanages are better. Probably are, but probably by not that much, because Lithuania has improved a lot since it left the Soviet Union, but I don't think orphanages are one of those areas that have improved much. Mostly because all the investment was oriented towards growing industries, infrastructure, and so on. And sadly, abandoned children don't seem to be high on that list. I'd say in the upcoming years we probably will do more in that area, because we're becoming, as a nation, rich enough so we can afford things like that. Yeah, so in general, life in Lithuania is a lot better, but like there are areas that were kind of neglected. You need good families for these kids. Well, yeah, each kid needs a family. Like, it's just it's just how we grow up to be a normal person. You need a family structure to guide you, to teach you, to tell what's what's right from wrong. And especially to show you how to actually have your own family in the future. Because my dad kind of grew up with a broken family. It was barely family. So yeah, and he struggled a lot when making his own family. Mostly because he didn't really know how a normal family life looks like. And I feel like that's the case for a lot of people. Like especially in orphanages and so on. They just don't get to see how a normal family looks like. They never experience that, and they don't really know how to. Even if they want to, they don't know how to get to that point with their own families when they grow up and create their own families. But I guess it's case by case basis. Maybe I imagine some of them do create nice families. Most of them are well broken, yeah. Most of the families in general, you mean? Yeah, they don't know what they want, what to do, where to go, yeah. Yeah, it is kind of understandable. Like, well, when you take into account that they didn't have so many things we grew up with, yeah. it makes sense. Orphanages mostly are broken, yeah. Most of them become hookers and narcs, yeah. And thieves. Yeah, like, morals are not that easy to acquire. Like, it seems like it's obvious what's right and wrong, but if you don't have a family, like, how do you learn these things otherwise? I guess if you're extremely religious, maybe you can follow the religious morals, but family is still the main avenue for that, for developing that. Like, the school won't teach you teach you morals to be a moral person. Yeah, only family can do that. That's why I'm not against homosexuals having like adopting kids. Because homosexuality doesn't have anything to do with your morals. Like, of course, you need to look like you need to apply the same standards you apply when you're letting a normal family adopt the children. Like, you check the background, if they don't have criminal record, they're not sexual offenders, and so on. So if you pass all of that and you're homosexual, I think that's fine. Like, you just use common sense. Yeah, one off-topic question. Well, I don't think we have a topic. So go ahead. I'm completely willing to change topics. Because I'm just waffling about anything. I'm happy that I have someone to talk to on stream, so I'm fine with pretty much any topic. Let's see. So I need to cover this now. Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of anxious what kind of question you have. If you're typing it so long, it's gonna be a very complicated question. Oh, you're thinking how to ask it, okay. Oh yeah, I guess all of this gets covered up. Where do I start if I try Java? Well, how do you want to try it? And what's your end goal if you gonna stick with Java? Or do you just wanna try yourself writing some Hello World applications to see how it works? Maybe backend development? Well, since you're a developer with experience, I guess mostly it will just come down to knowing the frameworks that are used in the industry. So if you want to get a job backend development, like you need to learn things like Spring. Actually write Minecraft mods, so my Java development is okay. Yeah, so the language is you know, all programming languages are kind of the same. Well, they all do the same thing, slightly different. I don't really see a big difference. But if you want to go with Java backend development, which was actually my field, so you need to think about learning Java Enterprise Edition. All mainstream ones are pretty same, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, I haven't worked with Java for like 3 years at this point. I mean, I use Java, C++ with more object-oriented features. Yeah, I guess you can use that. Use it like that. I'm not sure what object-oriented features C++ is lacking though. Because it seems to me like C++ packages. Oh, it doesn't have packages. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Like, huh. Isn't STD? What is STD? Also, STD was versus Java STD, like me versus Bezos. Oh, standard library, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I guess yeah, the library is quite extensive in Java. Services rich. Interesting. Yeah, but I'm not sure how standard library matters. How much it matters, because in enterprise you will be using third-party libraries anyways. Like, it will come either with frameworks you're gonna use. Yeah, I guess in C++ it is different actually. Now that I think about it, like in Java you can get by without using third-party libraries. On C++ you pretty much have to use them because of the common libraries so limiting. It matters because importing stuff is pain. Yes, yeah, that is true. That's why I try to avoid using. Well, I try to use as few third-party libraries as possible. It's not even pain to import. It's bigger pain to maintain. Because yeah, vulnerabilities and so on, new patches, new versions, you run into compatibility issues eventually, and yeah, then you have to make a choice. Either you run some ancient version or you have to spend extra effort to make it work. It's even pain to import. Okay, trust you on that. With Java, yeah, it's well, like if you're using Spring, something like that, yeah, you need a little bit extra work to actually set everything up. But yeah, if you want to, I guess you can learn the Java Enterprise Edition. That's a huge framework that is basically built in. Like it's basically Java Enterprise Edition is a standard of different services that are needed by enterprise developers, or most commonly needed. So things like some sort of entity framework where you can save basically I'm not sure how to describe it. One library is written in C++, 98 with hard compiled block. Another one in C++ with some platform extension. Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, it is a pain. The compatibility between platforms. And the one is most modern one with all these C++ 23 features. Well, different Java versions have also different compatibility problems. It is not uncommon to run into a problem, but yeah, since you're writing code, writing Minecraft extensions, I imagine you've seen those Java errors where the version is not correct. Yo, okay. Porting binaries is a hell. Okay. So can you help me set up Gradle? I don't think I ever used Gradle. Oh, what kind of tool is that? Is it a continuous integration tool or something like that? How? How I didn't use Gradle? Gradle? Not sure. What is Gradle? Is that an acronym or a name of the tool? Like the main Java build tool? Is it? Well, maybe it's for developing desktop applications with Java. So I don't recall ever using been struggling with it for several days. Oh, Maven. Yeah, Maven is managing repositories. So it's... I guess you can publish your binaries there as well. Yeah, maybe I remember Gradle. But yeah, we use Maven, Jenkins, things like that. Maybe there was one project with Gradle, or maybe some colleague was using it. But yeah, I never had to work with it. I use Gradle to import from Gradle. Yeah, that didn't really... Imagine there was a typo somewhere. Use Gradle to import from Maven. I didn't really have to do much. Well, I never was a lead developer. Like the highest I got is like a basic normal developer. So I didn't really have to make prototypes or design projects. Like that was the job for lead developers. So maybe that's why I haven't never had to deal with it. It definitely wasn't in the certifications. Yeah, Java has some odd things. Okay, this is covered. What to do with this area? Yeah, I guess I can just cover this bit up for now. Yeah, it's also been so long, I I haven't used Maven in ages. And even then you only needed to use it occasionally. I just basically was a code monkey at IBM. I was just writing code in Java. Usually in the projects I was working on were being just an extensions to previous projects. So yeah, usually there was no setup from scratch. I miss being code monkey. That is such a cushy job. The problem that it wants Java 16 and Fabric. Once Java 17, it's a bummer. Oh no. Came out. Yeah, it's... well. Yeah, I guess this is one of those compatibility issues I was talking about that you eventually run into Java as well. So you have to manually change JDK. Yeah, the native client, like the vanilla Java client, not Java, Minecraft client, just has JDK included, just ships with JDK included, which is really nice. And things like multi-MC, they don't come, they don't take care of Java versioning. So you need to kind of manage it with yeah, definitely. Yeah, it comes with its own Java. So you never have to worry about wrong Java version. I remember, yeah, maybe you were launching it from multi-MC or something like that, like third-party launcher, because the maybe it's a new thing. I don't know. I never had to deal with it until I switched to multi-MC myself, and then I started getting issues with Java versions, and I just couldn't figure out why I'm getting issues here, but not on my default client. Then yeah, I will. It's old stuff. Yeah, so it just makes sense from the usability standpoint, just to shift with the separate Java. On 16.4. I don't even know when that was. What are we out? We're on 1.6. Oh, yeah, that is very long time ago. For some reason, I looked at the numbers and I thought that I saw 1.16. I thought, okay, well, we're about to launch 1.18, so it's not that long ago. Yeah, 2000. Yeah, okay, it's misunderstood. But yeah, I had this issue this year. When since I don't remember what was it. I think for proximity chat, yeah, proximity voice chat. For that I needed to have a modded client. I use T-Launcher. I know very little about Minecraft, the whole Minecraft infrastructure. Like, someone tried to explain it to me one time. I don't really care all that much. I wouldn't even use multi-MC. I would just use a vanilla launcher if it wasn't for the proximity chat that they deployed to the server I was playing on. Oh, it's pirated. Okay. Okay. And it's very common in our region to use software, pirated software. How do you monetize your plugins that you write, or you just doing them for free? Well, I don't imagine people monetize it somehow. I use it because it's faster and you can pick version in a drop-down menu. Well, I didn't really find any issues with the default client. It's only that it's not mod friendly. Can't really. Well, it's not that easy to install mods. Oh yeah, are you working on client mods or are you working on the server mods? Because from what I understand, there's quite a big difference between those. One of those are data packs, or whatever it's called. Usually makes servers only. Make server only server and add donation button to the server website. Okay. Both of them can be mods. Yeah. Yeah, just people like to refer them because I was confused at first, like what? How is this not a mod? You should try out mods. I have tried out several mods. Well, since I was setting up the proximity voice chat, I got a chance to try out some mods. Some of them are really cool, but I'm not really that. Well, now I'm playing a lot of Minecraft, but usually I'm not a big Minecraft gamer. Some of them are amazing, I'm sure. Like even things like Lightmatica, things like that are quite. Don't want to say epic, but they are kind of epic, especially for what they are used. Count this. What's that? Okay, reply. Oh. Wait, this is the wrong window. This is the bear. Oh yeah, I think I saw someone play this. Chance to become tamed. Oh, crocodiles. Or alligators. Okay, let's see what's so cute. Pull for cake. It barely looks like Minecraft when you have things rotating smoothly. Yeah, from this screenshot you just a crafting bench would give out that it's actually Minecraft. Everything else looks like it came from somewhere else, pretty much. Yeah, this is cool. And that's not earned. Yeah, it's, I get this is gameplay. Automated crafting. You know what this reminds me? This really reminds me of Factorio. It gives me that sort of vibe where everything is just on belts moving around, being converted into something else. Just basically a huge factor. Yeah, but I don't really. It's getting crafted into a cake. Okay, get the cake. Oh right, at the beginning you pull the lever to get the cake. This is great. Okay. Yeah.
Got my essay written.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm aware of all of these. Basically, it's basically a new game built on top of Minecraft. Yeah, that's a factor just to make a cake. I think it was a bit of an overkill for a cake. Maybe. Not sure. Well, it was a cake factor. And cake is not that easy to make actually, it has quite a few ingredients. Yeah, maybe it makes sense to have a large factor. Now there's a clean design. Maybe. That's a buzzword I'm not sure I remember when it was used. Or maybe this clean design is just a principle. It's really a buzzword. Agile development. Oh, that's the best. That's the best one. That's why I like modding. Well, yeah, playing mod is a bit like writing a mod is a little bit different than playing mods. So interesting. Yeah, game development in general is filled with interesting tasks, interesting problems to solve. That's not about moving JSON from Postgres. Oh. Well, I'm not sure how. Well, yeah, but yeah, I guess yeah, you don't really get that many tasks with just general. It's infrastructure. Like especially when you're writing on top of a game, writing mods to a game, like all of the infrastructure is already there. I guess MySQL is more popular in Java. Well, yeah, definitely. Well, I am aware of Postgre, but I just only remembered what it is because I remember PostgreSQL being a thing. Yeah, but the database, like, you have plenty of choices when it comes to databases with Java. Can't really even say, but yeah, MySQL, at least some flavor of MySQL was usually used from on the projects I was working on, at least. IBM has actually its own version of, well, their own database, which is based on MySQL. Even Node nowadays has all fancy drivers, so that's cool. Well, yeah, Node was getting popular for a long time, so it doesn't really surprise me that at this point it already has all the necessary libraries and drivers created for it. Haven't really, well, I have only one application running Node.js currently on my own server, but it's a bit of a joke on it does an important job. It is part of my integration with PayPal, so it is kind of crucial, but I believe Mongo is more popular in Node. Yeah, probably you're right. They both were, not even sure how to say that, hyped up at the same time. They came into prominence at this similar time, so makes sense that people tend to use them together. JavaScript style syntax. Oh, Mongo supports JavaScript style syntax. What? Yeah, I haven't worked with Mongo myself, so I don't really know much about the syntax of how do you write queries. You're Yoda now. Why? Why are you Yoda? Am I missing something? It's not as cool as something like JavaScript. Oh. Oh, okay, I got it now. Damn it. Let's see. Yeah, it sounds odd to me, like having database support JavaScript type syntax. Because like, you need to write SQL for queries, don't you? Like, how JavaScript syntax square with that? Like, what aspects of JavaScript language does Mongo have then? Structure and tables. So, no JSONs for you. Well, yeah, the JSON is JavaScript thing, not dynamic typing. Well, SQL is kind of loosely typed as well. Oh, you mean the tables themselves don't have types? So basically, doesn't really sound like a feature to me. Damn. Oh yeah, I guess it was one of those NoSQL languages, NoSQL databases. Oh, it doesn't have tables nor fields. Okay. Yeah, so it's an alternative to relational databases. overall. Okay, let's go sleep. Skip the night. Yeah, I remember when we were learning in university, well, lectures were telling us about non-relational databases. But I never worked with them. Like, it is a very particular use case where you would want to use something like that. Yes, document kind of like table that includes objects. Yeah, kind of rows. Yeah, it's basically how I imagine it's a huge mess. It's good for data that you, well, for ingesting large amounts of data that doesn't have to be accessed really fast. At least that's what I remember about MongoDB-like databases. Well, basically non-relational databases. Document is presented as a JSON file of yuck. Well, I guess JavaScript has well, probably at this point all languages have extensive libraries to deal with JSON. This mess fits very well when your data is a mess. Yeah, that is true. Like in enterprise, usually you don't have data like that. Everything is usually nicely structured, so object, well, relational databases are more suited to that case. For example, you can't normalize it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if it's not normalizable, then it's just mess. Well, not sure if you can even say you can't normalize them. Like, normalization is a technique for relational databases, so if it's not a relational database, like, normalization kind of doesn't serve a purpose. But yeah, I guess if you try to implement it is yeah, okay. Now I understand. This takes me a while to get things sometime. Yeah, I never experienced a use case where I would like to have a database like that. I mean, when normalization doesn't make much sense, yeah. For example, translation table. Well, there isn't much data to be normalized in a translation table. Well, I guess it depends on your dictionary. Oh yeah, translation, maybe you're talking about localization, where you store translations for your fields and so on. It's just faster. You load the whole table into memory and give a portion of it to the client. Yeah. Yeah, I guess in games you have a lot more translations, because in just normal software, like, there aren't that many things that need translation. Yeah, I guess my example is very basic. Like, the amount of text is used is not that large. So you don't load it every single time, as you most likely need to load all of it anyways. It's not even games. Yeah, I guess I use it on recipes website. Yeah, I'm sure you can use it, but yeah, for localization, usually there are other solutions that are just made for specifically for localizing your application. I tend to use those. Or even having a custom solution, yeah, I think that's what I do sometimes as well. Duos? I don't know. No, don't think don't. I don't think I know what do you refer by duos. I'm trying to remember how I implemented localization Python on my bot. That is Discord bot. When you want to talk with it, it has like it supports like 4 languages. Trying to remember how I implemented that. Yeah, I didn't save the labels into the database. That's for sure. I think I tried using built-in localization features, and after one version I gave up because it was. Oh yeah, because it has to have multiple languages loaded at the same time. Yeah, it was yeah, the built-in Python localization is meant for the whole application to switch languages, and since my application is a bot, well, pretty much a chatbot, then yeah, different people have different settings. So some people want to use one language and others different language, and the same bot has to support all of that. Most popular format on web clients is JSON, so it's even easier. Oh yeah, yeah, imagine. Just whatever you get, you just push into the database and you're done. Don't even need to convert your data, just pick fields. Yeah, I get it. It is very convenient, yeah, and everything is like all the data flows in the similar format, or pretty much the same format. But yeah, in enterprise, like in applications, that's why you have entity frameworks, which pretty much do the same thing, but instead of saving data in a specific way, like well, saving data in a way that represents resembles the ingested data. In entity frameworks, you have just ORM, object relation model. Yeah, yeah, that's what I meant. So yeah, you get basically the same thing, but in a different way. And it's hard to say which one is. Well, I guess using entity frameworks is well, object relation models is a little bit more labor intensive. Because you need to actually design the full database, you need to, well, I guess you need to design the database in both cases. It doesn't make sense, your ORM for Mongo, because you lose it too much. Yeah, that's why. Well, that's why I imagine they stuck with the format they have. I'm just saying, like, that's how I'm used to working around that problem. So it is different ways, in a sense. My brain's not. Oh, Don't worry, I'm familiar with that. I can definitely relate to melting brains. You wanna look how bad I'm struggling with like a couple hours of sleep? You need normalized data for MC. Yeah, that is true. Well, yeah, that's why Python, like Mongo, is so successful, because it actually provides a unique solution to a unique problem, or a solution to a unique problem. Yeah, because if you need to deal with unnormalizable data in relational databases, yeah, you're just out of luck. I don't want to use Mongo if your data can be easily normalized. Yeah, that is true. That's why I never turned it. Like, I always find a way to normalize my data. And yeah, for things like translations, I use other things. Except for some cases with scaling. Yeah, scaling. How does indexing work in Mongo? Because imagine it is quite an issue. How do they improve performance? Imagine it has to be some sort of indexing, but when the data is not normalized, like how do you actually do that? Don't have joins. Well, yeah, it makes sense. If you don't have tables, you don't have joins, but you still have to find data. Like you somehow perform searches, you do queries, or it's all just hidden behind the implementation of drivers and so on. So you don't even get to see that. You just call it like it's a JSON and it just finds it. Okay. Okay, by ID that's easy, but when you don't you, I guess, can you actually search by data? Like if you want to find something by, well, a regular expression, for example. Every job in the document ID problem, yeah. Example, every row in the table, yeah. Yeah, but in relational databases, you can actually index table by some property of the data. Yeah, but that's linear if we have no defined ideas, something based off these properties. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I guess that's where the scalability issue stems from. Because if your data set gets too large, like it's pretty much unsearchable at some point. It becomes unsearchable. No? Because linear search doesn't sound all that good. Oh, then it splits data into more documents. Oh yeah, well, I guess it's down to the implementation of the database itself. Because indexes is something you can manage yourself in the relational database. Like if you know that this property is important and you're gonna query the database or filter it by some field, you have indexes. Mongo scales extremely well. Oh, oh, you have indexes. Okay. Okay, I misunderstood then. Just their implementation depends on you. Interesting. Not really sure how that would look like though. Because database itself can't verify that this field exists in every object of the document unless you specify it. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. I guess, yeah, it makes sense when you think about it, yeah. Can't really index by a property that is, well, not there, if it's not there. Work as a JSON, that sounds... Yeah, I guess it still sounds wrong to me. Imagining a database, a whole database as a huge JSON. Imagine your default user table, you want an index based on username. Now one of the users doesn't have a name, only an email and password. What's the generated ID in that case? Well, index doesn't really have much to do with IDs. It basically assists in... It's not huge, it's limited to 8 megabytes or something. Index is... Well, yeah, I guess you can have unique indexes as well. Generate ID unique number for index. Yeah. Yeah, but it's... At least my understanding is that you don't really have to have an ID associated with an index. Like, index, it just means that this property will be... Like, there will be an additional internal sorting, too much, which will allow them to find the specific value really fast. It's just, and when you have a generated ID, and then Mongo itself creates index for it, yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty much how relational databases work. Anything you have, any ID is an index by default. ID is the primary index in Mongo. Oh yeah, especially if every object has it. It's still Still interesting technology to me, Mongo. Well, maybe one day I will find a use case for it in my applications. I'm sure I could find some right now. It's fun to try it, huh? Yeah, maybe it's just my lack of experience with different projects. But yeah, it's really hard to figure out a good use case where I would prefer to use a database like Mongo. Wait with it so you know when to use when time comes. Yeah, I should definitely do that at some point. Maybe that could be one of the streams. Because Risk really... Well, he's studying programming at the moment and he's a freshman. So he just started studying. I play with different tools all times, yeah. Well, you kinda have to, because you can't really stay using the same tools. Like different... Yeah, there's just... development industry is just moving so fast. New tools, new technologies are being created all the time. I want to learn elk stack, but I'm damn crazy. Damn, I'm crazy. I'm lazy. Yeah, I don't even know what an elk stack is. 4 people. I have 9 people online, wow. Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana. Well, at least I heard Elasticsearch. That's seems like a buzzword to me, but Logstash and Kibana, yeah, those are new to me. Want someone sleep? Oh, someone's coming to sleep, okay. So yeah, I was talking about Risk. Risk, since he's a student, he's really... Well, he would like to see more development content, so I could play with Mongo there at some point. Seems like a good idea. Wait, I don't... So I can leave this box here. I'm sorry, who you're talking about? The other guy. He's a regular on my stream. The guy from India that was here before when you joined. He's like a regular viewer of my channel. Damn it. To climb up the mountain. Hopefully like, there is a niches there. Stack. Logstash is the database for logs. Kinda. Elasticsearch is the search engine. Kibana is the web interface. Okay. And all of this is called elk stack. Interesting. Yeah, I guess in Java development we didn't use to at least they didn't used to use terms like stacks. And that's a set of tools to handle your logs. FPS is brutal here. Okay, it's slowly being covered up. Damn it. Okay. This is covered. Pretty convenient if they have such needs. Yeah. Well, my question probably would be, why do you have so many logs? Like, if you need a separate database for your logs, well, yes, some cases just have. Yeah, maybe modern applications have bigger demand for Yandex. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that is true. Like, requirements for modern applications are, like, to keep track of everything is impossible if you're just using a database, and with logs you can track a lot more. Sometimes database can't handle that many logs. Yeah. Yeah, my logic would be why you collecting so much data, but like some applications these days just have to do it like that. Oh, looks like it goes all the way around. So I can start a new level. And database don't allow to search various text operations on text files. Yeah. Yeah, usually the data like files are just stored as blobs of data, and it's not. Yeah, you can't really do anything with it. Well, until you actually request it and start parsing it yourself. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that tools like that exist to cater to that niche. I imagine games especially have a bunch of logs. Like, you can't really track every minimal minute action and log it to the database. That's not something you want to do if you get a few gigabytes of logs every minute. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, modern social media companies especially, they have a variety of interesting solutions for new problems like that. I wonder how convenient it is to actually parse those logs if you're looking for something specific. Not that many. Because you can't write too often. For debug, yeah, with ALK. It's awesome, okay. Yeah, there are so many things I I don't know. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's just the reality of development. Can't really. If you focus on your work, you know what's in the vicinity, but yeah, you lose track of. Well, it's easy to lose track of what's happening in general throughout the industry. It's pretty old by now, but I should check alternatives for learning anything. Yeah, but it sounds like you would learn something like this if you have a project in mind already that you know has such requirements. Because if you just learn it and then look for a project to work on using it, yeah, maybe you have a project in mind which could benefit from that. Well, my whole stack when used to work with Unreal Engine 4 was Unreal with Self and Visual Studio 2017. Yeah. Well, you didn't really need much at that point. Like Unreal Engine has all the, well, provides all the utilities. I'm not sure how the database is handled there, but sure there is some abstraction even in Unreal Engine. No, I have no idea. Unreal Engine 4 is enormous, yeah. Yeah, well, that's how I imagined it. With so many editors. Yeah, well, you need a lot more tools when you're creating graphical, well, when graphics is involved, I guess. You definitely need to look into Nightbot for YouTube. Yeah, also, I'm not using mods in this Minecraft server because it's supposed to be done with vanilla clients. It's survival multiplayer. Well, it's an SMP server for a competition. Something like that. And yeah, you're not allowed to use any mods for the competition. Well, I guess it's mostly because last year when people were making builds, they usually just take a 3D model. Well, not usually. Some people did take a 3D model, imported into some mod that lets you do that, and just made an well, what looks like a 3D printed copy of something else they imported, like from some 3D CAD application. And I guess the organizers didn't really like it, so they decided to make a rule where you can't really, well, not really, where you can't use any mods. It has to be all done in vanilla. It has its own visual scripting language for game designers, animation graph, sound effect editor, shading tools, Niagara plus Niagara toolchain, pretty simple tools for model editing, virtual bones, AI behavioral trees, and blackboards and so on. Yeah. Out of 3. Yeah, I imagine it has to be very extensive. And I need people to sleep. I really want to fight all these mobs. Slept. please. Time is it? Oh, okay, it's almost, yeah. Okay, it's almost midnight here. I guess we live in the same time zone, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, Eastern European time zone. Yeah, this is usually where I end. Because, oh yeah, you said you found me through a development tag. I don't think I have a development tag on my stream. I think Linux is the only odd tag that I have. Programming. Oh yeah, do I still have programming tag on my stream? I did one stream when I was... Wow, okay. Programming is... definitely shouldn't be there at the moment. At least... Because I only did one stream where I was programming and it was like... I was just struggling there. I struggled to solve a simple algorithm problem. So that was fun. Yeah. I think I'll be done shortly. Let's finish this. Do you use LeetCode or something? I don't remember what website was that. But basically the other guy, he asked me to solve some problems on a website, and I don't even know what the LeetCode is. Check it out real fast. World's largest programming something from a programming learning platform. Okay. Yeah, something. Maybe I don't remember actually. It was like a week ago, and I have. Well, I also slept for like 3 hours, 4 hours that day, so just for solving funny problems. Yeah, I guess most of them are like that. Yeah, there's my shellcats. Let's use these last stacks. So yeah, I don't even remember what kind of problem it was. It was very basic, and I struggled a lot. It had something to do with odd and even numbers. Like that was the problem, and I spent like half an hour trying to figure it out, and eventually I just, well, in the end, I figured out that I typoed. There was a typo in the name, variable name, that I missed, and was causing everything not to work. Sounds easy. Yeah, I thought it was too easy. Not if you make typos in your variable names. I left using Python for LeetCode. Yeah, Python is a good language, very flexible, and yeah, just time it takes you to set up your Python development environment is minimal. I don't think there's a better language for it. Maybe JavaScript. Like they're very similar. So clean. Yeah, I guess I've been coding with Python for so long I don't even remember how other type of other languages feel like. Decent stuff. Trying to remember what std means again. Why I have such a bad memory? Maybe it's just late. Java is much more cumbersome, yeah. Java is a behemoth of standard library. Okay. Why is it std not SL? Because of just shorthand for standard? Yeah, that's definitely. Well, yeah, that's what std comes to mind when I think about std. Yeah, I think I'm done for today. Let's see. Let's look at the result. I guess when all of these hills get covered up, it will look somewhat better. Oh yeah, this area has to be finished as well. Yeah, most of the area is covered now, which is nice. I can start actually building the tower now. Well, tomorrow probably. Standard library namespace, yeah. Does it? Well, I guess it depends on the language, because in Python you definitely don't have to use std to reference standard library. Maybe it's in C and C++ maybe? Languages like that. Oh no, it's in C, C++ only. Either need Java. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't recall using it, but maybe. Well, there are plenty of other namespaces to use in Java. Yeah, there are plenty of packages, especially if you get into enterprise enterprise Java. Let's see, rid of all of this. Well, I appreciate you joining me for today. But yeah, I'm done streaming for today. Well, I'm done gaming for today as well. Time to go to bed. Yeah, see you next time.